Hello, hello, hello. Good evening or morning or whatever. It is time that I am revived from being rested. I have plotted not that much, but yeah. I've decided to pick up the Apollo Justice trilogy of Ace Attorney games, and we're going to be starting Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. So, tonight I'm planning on playing completely through the first case of the game, and then we'll probably be switching over to some TFT afterward.
Please?
Yeah. I am hydrated, thank you. But yeah, so, we might as well just like go straight into it, right? Let's start to, oops. Okay, a little bit clumsy. We're good. Yeah. Let's just get right into it, shall we? Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. Episode 1, Turnabout Trump. Showdown time. You lose. Ah! Eek. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. Cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. Hold on. For some reason this is... Well, I'm sure it's fine. Panicked. Palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Yeah, I will just be using my voice for Apollo because otherwise it might be a little bit too much. For whatever reason, this game is making it so my model is like barely running, but that's fine. Good morning. Who do we got? Good morning, sir. Okay, we'll give him a voice.
You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight.
Oh, wound up, sir. No, I'm loose. I'm fine.
That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial. And it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh?
I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine.
Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech.
I overdid it again.
As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift.
Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift.
As it happens, I dined with him on the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through.
Yes, I'm fine, sir.
One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client.
My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I am a new attorney. Today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Whoa. Good, morning.
Morning. It's all up to you today.
First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help?
So, you're...
Fine. Fine. I'm fine.
Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name.
Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me. Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. He's your friend, so why...
You'll see. You can do it. Be confident.
I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean,
It's time, shall we?
Yes, sir. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice. April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 2.
This court is now in session.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is, fine. I mean ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. It's too late.
Your name was Mr. Justice. And this is your first trial.
Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine. Really.
Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin. Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes.
This was not my intention.
And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin.
Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience. Fine. But does he have cords of steel?
Well then, let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I am sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances.
Hello.
Long time no see, Mr. Wright.
What? Well, it's Phoenix. That's him. Okay. Well, great. Oh, what's this about? This is Ace Attorney Apollo Justice, where Apollo Justice the lawyer, we're doing stuff. Oh, you're not ready.
Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player.
Mr. Wright, how could this have happened?
I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne.
To think, I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains.
Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see.
Ahem! The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and hit him, wham, on the head. Smack! Killed him cold.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright. A pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice.
Interesting.
Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence.
Deadly bottle has been added to the court record.
Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently.
The court record. Right. I've heard of that.
Use E to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this.
Right. Just use E. Sounds like it's some time for some hands-on action. Attorney's badge. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. Okay, and we can examine it and spin it. No clues here. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one's mine. Proof I'm an attorney. To tell you the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Alright, Smith's autopsy report. The victim's name was Shady Smith. Age unknown. Male. Estimated time of death. April 17th. Between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from a blunt trauma to the forehead. We appear to have a picture of the crime scene and the victim. I don't see anything of note here yet. And we have the deadly bottle. Grape juice. How long has it been since I've drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. Wonder how well it goes with borscht. The bottle's completely empty. How is this bottle a murder weapon? So, I don't think this is the murder weapon. Because A, it's a glass bottle. B, there's no blood on it. C, it's a glass bottle. And the victim was hit hard enough in the head to cause internal bleeding. I guess he's not necessarily externally bleeding. Something else to note, in this photograph, the bottle does not have a cap. Why does this one have a cap?
So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. Just who was this, Shady Smith fellow?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he has been out of the country a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant.
And that, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
I am alive. Yes.
If they had only just met, then why murder?
You love this judge. I see, I see. But yeah, this is Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. His surprise face is really good. So yeah, I'm going to be playing through the entirety of the first case here. And then I'll probably be switching over to TFT because by the time we get through the first case, my ability to keep up with these voices is going to be rough. So, depending on exactly how long this is.
I have a request.
Well, but I want to do the voices, so that's why it's plotted like this. I figure this tutorial case is probably going to be somewhere between like it's gonna be like 3 hours at most, probably.
Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing.
That does not appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of piano playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean.
It's Winston Payne. He has to sound like that. But yeah, in terms of context for what I know about Ace Attorney, I have watched someone play the first 3 games. I've not played Investigations. I debated starting that one, but I thought the best thing for starting during this subathon would be the longer game. So we were starting the Apollo Justice trilogy. This is the crime scene photo.
As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait. Wait 1 second.
So they were long, yeah. I might not necessarily get stuck unless I just completely miss something in the game logic that, like, I don't need to reach the solution they're looking for.
Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime into of itself.
Indeed. It appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Give it a try.
Bandit in-game action losing the case. I mean, apparently we're defending Phoenix Wright, and I literally didn't recognize him. We gotta save Phoenix. Apparently the defendant is Phoenix Wright somehow. How could I not know that that's him? Because I've never played this game. This particular game I've never played. That's why. So I played through the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I played through that fully on stream. And I've watched a playthrough of the original Ace Attorney trilogy, so if I played through it again, I would kind of, like, it would, like, if I go back and play that one, my memory of a lot of the cases will be revived. So, like, I figured it wouldn't be that good to start with that game, but and I did look up the timeline, and I saw that Investigations is between this game and it's the hat. The hat is what really hides it, true. Yeah, I know Investigations is in between this game and the original Ace Attorney trilogy timeline wise, but yeah, I don't know. I wanted to start this one because thinking is hard.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
Ah, a competition.
Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in a blue flame, know its final outcome.
Come again.
That's not how you should sound. Whatever. I'll retake that one.
Come again?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
That will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards.
Come on, you're telling me you would get that this is Phoenix right away?
Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held at the night of the crime.
The other picture you could see his eyes, yes. I have a bit of face blindness, okay?
My pleasure.
This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. The competition. I see. Yeah, I'm bad at recognizing things.
I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. Rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy.
I might not know that Bruce Wayne is Batman. I mean, I know that. That's a on paper memory check.
A pianist who cannot play the piano.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it.
Are you all right? You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Would you care for a refresher?
What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? Nah, I got this. No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered.
I think you'd do better to do more than think. You know it, or you do not.
I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle. My weapons, press and present.
Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, and do it.
Inconsistencies, lies, Phoenix right. As if. Phoenix would never lie. It's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Well, that's fine. You can hardly play.
Oh. I play sometimes. when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want.
Is that supposed to be a boast just now?
The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face that I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club?
They pay you just to play poker.
That seemed to be the case. I am a professional after all.
Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost. Once.
Oh, what? Sorry, fixing my headphones. Okay. Headphones restored.
Do you see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw.
Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one single time?
As I said, I'm a professional.
He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? You know what that makes me have to do? That makes me have to look at this photograph again. What the heck is wrong with that ace? Sorry. This card. This particular card looks messed up. I was gonna see if this photograph showed the poker hands good enough to see if we could tell if Phoenix lost. That's what I was checking, by the way. I can't tell from that photograph. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. You can tell you one issue with that ace. Was it also an ace of hearts? Is it not an ace? It could be a 2. I don't know. The poker played in that room is played with 2 decks of cards, so the fact that there's 2 aces of hearts next to each other is not something that's wrong with that image. Yeah. They said that it's played with 2 decks of cards. I think in his testimony here. The room where you play poker is an attraction.
It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day.
Black market?
All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say, there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room.
A smoky room. Gambling hoods. You know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad.
The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through a small window. I can practically picture it now.
That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else.
The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they came to play poker in a room steeped with history. Despite the dark past, it was all good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards.
2 decks of cards.
It's a simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards.
The decks are alternated.
There is something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor.
There are many ways you can still cheat that, yeah, but that does mean that the 2 ace of hearts there could be suspicious. If the decks are alternated.
Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really.
Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, and the other was blue.
As I recall, in poker you make 5 card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat.
Yeah, a game of hands.
This competition you are talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently.
That's right. Hold on. I haven't gotten to present anything. Unless both, yeah, there should not be... If they're using alternating decks, there should not be 2 of the same card in there. Correct. It was a simple game after all. I don't think so, Apollo.
Are you quite sure? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime.
They are if the murderer is the Joker. Joker doesn't need a reason.
Now, that's strange.
What is strange?
I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense.
I completely let that one slip by.
Don't despair yet, Justice.
Sir,
Right. There's something I would like to make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not?
Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony.
just one little press. I've got myself a whole new testimony. Okay, well, we're gonna press this statement first because I have to. So, you claim you were not gambling.
That's right. It was simply a game.
You didn't bet any money? Not even a little.
The only thing at stake in our game was pride itself.
Oh, well put, Mr. Wright. I've got a mind to play a hand of poker myself. The stakes, your fate.
Can we get back to the trial now?
I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon.
Silence.
The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law.
But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage.
It's your job to turn that around in our favor, yeah?
Great! Like I didn't have enough to do already.
Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony?
Wait, something he said did ring a little strange. Just one thing. What was it?
When you figure it out, I would suggest presenting the evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony.
Contradiction. Better check the court record.
Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press.
Got it. I'm fine. Yeah, well, right now the murder weapon is the bottle. No, I was just saying that. There's problems with the bottle. One of the problems is that the bottle has a cap. In this photograph, it looks like the bottle does not have a cap. One of the problems is that it's a glass bottle. They hit him with enough force to cause blunt force trauma, and the bottle is not broken and it's a glass bottle. And this may not be important, but like there is no blood on the bottle as well, which is something which might be expected, might not be, I don't know. If it's purely blunt force trauma, then maybe not, but yeah, I would say the easiest thing to notice here in this photograph is that the two aces that the victim has look to be the same suit, but the only thing that I see no, the photograph is unfortunately black and white, so and I guess we can clearly see the backs of the cards on the floor appear to be a darker color. But, I mean, there's also just shadow there. Yeah, this is already a little bit tricky to know what to do here. I think the thing that we're... Okay. No, I mean, I don't see... No, I think what Phoenix is hinting at here is that the bottle that we have that has his fingerprints is not the one in this photograph. I might lose some HP here. It does appear to be the same brand. I mean, the definition of this photograph really isn't that good. So... The two options here that I have are... The two options here that I have are trying to present the photograph, trying to present the crime scene photograph on to this 2 decks of cards thing, because it really does look like the defendant's hand here has 2 aces of hearts. Because Phoenix clearly had the ace of spades and the ace of diamonds here. Oh no, I mean, could that be the ace of clubs?
I had a request.
It definitely does look like 2 ace of hearts.
Please.
And we can see a 3rd ace. We can see a 3rd ace on the floor, actually. But I mean, there's a lot of aces in play here. So I think what the game probably wants me to do is present the bottle on... I think that what the game probably wants me to do is present the bottle on this statement because we have his fingerprints and that's an obvious contradiction. The fact that this bottle is probably not the actual murder weapon is something that we're going to have to prove afterwards because we don't have the means to do that right now.
Objection!
So, you say you did not touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle. Right?
So I said.
Is something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
I'm stretching, sorry.
What is this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
Objection! Sorry. I'm committed to the bit.
No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine.
Excessive yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case.
But what about my cords of steel? I'm alive. That is correct. Anyway. What's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant?
Well, that is true, but
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
What? Huh?
But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
upside down. What does that mean?
It means that he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can only be one reason for that. Yes. To brain someone with the bottle.
I don't know. I don't know where the fingerprints are because they aren't visible to the naked eye. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse.
Oh. Personally, I see no problem, Justice.
What?
The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see.
Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court?
I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now.
Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's being uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something.
And what might that be, Mr. Gavin?
On the night of the crime, who was it that reported the murder to the police?
Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that...
Really?
It was a self-report, Your Honor. Sorry.
Well, yes. According to the case file.
Nice.
The murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene.
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement, 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones cannot get reception so far under the ground. The defendant used the stairs in the hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call.
That's the ugliest possible color for a blazer / sports jacket. With Winston Payne or the bright yellow jacket.
The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he was so close, if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. You claim he is being uncooperative?
I guess it is kind of a yellowish green, yeah. Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this.
I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How can you know this?
That is a good question. How indeed?
The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
Someone else was in the room on the night of the crime, or looking in through the window. That must mean that they witnessed the crime.
Everything up until now has been a warm-up. Justice? Are you ready?
Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just one moment. Where is the witness?
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
Okay. So I used the little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
You sure?
I swear upon my gavel. Please come out.
Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure, it is okay.
Ahem. Now with the prosecution. Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witnesses' paraphernalia?
Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. These are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be...
My name is Olga Orly. I am employed as a waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant.
Then why the camera?
Of course. It is my pride to serve borscht. That is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how is said, other service.
I take that one of these other services is taking customers' pictures.
Da. Like this, for example.
That's the defendant.
She has a color photo. She has a color camera, and the police don't? Why?
Indeed. On the night of the murder.
You're not supposed to ask that one. Man in white hat is one who gone kaput.
Indeed. That is the victim. Order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
It is same way as I drop cold bowlers of borscht on laps of customers. Casually.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Olga's photograph has been added to the court record.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in room. The hideout, we call it. Excuse me. The hideout. It is room where famous gangster, bad guy, was arrested. Ah, yes. The famous gangster, bad guy. His room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post by courtroom door for you later. Da. Photos will be numbered. You will write which ones you want a copy of. So, there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. Where's Detective Good Guy when we need him? The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Okay, don't start with that, Apollo. Shady Smith is the victim.
Very well, witness.
Yeah, the victim's name is Shady Smith. You notice something? Don't tell me. Well, this is a black and white photo, which means it shucks, but like the one in this picture clearly does not have a cap. So I was checking this photograph mainly to see if this photograph had a number on it. Which it doesn't really appear that it does. I was also going to compare the appearance of the victim here to the one in the other photograph. Which I mean, he looks the same. Wow! The battery's being held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it or he just doesn't care. Battery cover is broken and taped. It's the only thing I can appear to interact with. And this, I can't observe really.
You will testify to the court about the night's events.
At least you could replace the battery in your phone back then. Witness testimony. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done. Something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Why does that matter? It matters who won the game to establish motive. That's the only reason why they're bringing it up. They're trying to say that because the undefeated poker champion for 7 years lost a game to Shady Smith, that he went mad and killed him. Yeah. So it's important who won that game in order to establish motive. Yeah, but it's how they're establishing Phoenix's Wright's motive here. But that's ridiculous because Mr. Wright can't lose.
Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection.
But he hadn't lost in 7 years.
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case in my first 7 years as a prosecutor either.
Really?
Incidentally, I have some evidence here.
Oh, it is the Ace of Clubs.
These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime.
The police do have a color photo camera.
The hand and the chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. White.
They were playing with the blue deck. This is true. Well, Phoenix has a full house with, sevens and aces. Smith has a full house with kings instead. So I guess because it's full of kings, that would, like, high card break the tie and make Shady's full house better, right? I know a little bit of, not a lot about poker. Okay.
And those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips. Chips, you say.
I'll try that one again. I don't know what I'm doing.
Chips, you say.
That's fine.
Duh! I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army. And the chips are the spoils.
The three of a kind takes priority for the tiebreaker. Or... Oh no, because is full house a low tier hand? Wait, do I not know poker hands? I might not know poker hands. Three ace, two kings would be 3 kings, 2 ace. So if the three of the kind in the full house was aces, it would win.
Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
I think he means poker face? Yeah, that makes sense, but yeah, that is definitely a rare set of hands there. But
Looking at this photograph, it does seem that most of the victim's chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
that fateful night. So, I'm gonna be honest, we can probably skip pressing on most of these statements. Yeah, that color match is good enough, but I'm not gonna question that for now. It would be nice if we could see the label better there, but... Oh right, yeah, in Texas Hold'em rules it's a bit more common. So... Does this look like a muscle line or the chain of a locket? I think it'd be pretty obvious. Yeah, no. Okay. Okay. So, first thing we're gonna do here, I'm not going to press any of these statements because I'm lazy. First thing we're gonna do here is present the autopsy report on this statement. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Duh. Normal customers only choke on borscht. Okay. I wonder... Okay, so I was gonna say, do you think the pun on Olga's name here is, the fact that Orly looks like, oh really? Sorry. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ank! Miss Orly, really now, did you witness the crime? I don't know how to be. I can't be that loud. Sorry.
Looking at this picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit.
Yeah.
He is still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here is a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Well, that is quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit.
But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at the victim. His neck. Oh, really? Miss Orley. I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Well, she's not lying. But...
Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more.
what do you mean? I found a contradiction.
There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me.
Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination.
Such a thing as talking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it.
There is something such as thinking aloud too much as well.
Okay, we'll press everything. The important part here is that he's missing the locket. His locket.
I believe it was good luck charm, yes. He gripped it many times while they were playing.
Yes.
Wait, oh, it's auto-playing. Okay, sorry.
I believe it was good luck charm, da. He gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes. He must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it was small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift.
The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Okay, thanks.
Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that.
No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape it is.
It's considered a bad form. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society.
Hard of hearing or hard of understanding?
So, what happened next?
What? You didn't say anything about hitting before.
Sorry, I must be forgetting this. Da.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, da. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And that clears up the discrepancy. With the autopsy report, I believe, the defendant made to strangle the victim, then changed his mind and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. That sums it up nicely.
He strangled them, then hit him. Something's fishy about all this.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do.
Right, sir. Leave it to me. No, his hat didn't fall off during the strangling attempt. There wasn't a strangling attempt. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright. No, it's not her. Probably, I mean, it could be, but whatever. So, it wasn't a strangling attempt. The thing that it wants you to notice here is the fact that the victim no longer has his locket. You know, there's one curious part about her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. What does it mean?
Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what you're thinking so intensely about?
Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his locket on his neck, I believe she said.
I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck?
Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this.
But what does it mean?
If we are to believe the witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death.
Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor.
It's quite simple when you think about it.
I would agree, Kristoff.
If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no?
Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean...
The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it?
Ah. Defendant, What do you have to say to this? Say.
Well, I mean... he probably... Look. I mean, obviously he was putting up a struggle, so he got hit on the head. Clearly.
Yes?
I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
Oh. You mean this?
Yeah.
It's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter.
Come again?
Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
He has a daughter? What? So Mr. Wright has a locket too. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell if he's wearing it or not from this photograph, so... But it is a similar shape. It looks like the same locket. Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Because how could anything be that easy?
Well, now, if the results of the poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony will not really be necessary. It is clear that the defendant lost. Badly.
Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game being played between the victim and the defendant.
Duh. Serious competition.
The game began with 3,500 pointed in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who is winning, it was the victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. Moment lost decided. Victim grabs bottle. Defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Indeed. Looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah. How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor. And I now regret what I have done. A common tale, but true.
Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Well, the witness testimony places Phoenix in the game. Mr. Wright says he hasn't lost in 7 years. This testimony must be wrong. But yeah, I think the picture is definitely Phoenix. The one that we have of the two of them. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used?
No, not special. Usual game, usual rules.
If each man began with 3,500 points, the total would be 7,000 points.
This isn't calculus, it's not even long division. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were being used? That is what I wanted to determine. Well, like there's no real money on the line. Like, the chips are just have values anyway, so you can play the game, right?
Of course.
Something's fishy with these chips. Yes. Maybe you could explain a bit about the chips. In any casino, the chips represent money. Yeah, but I mean like somewhere around here I have a set of poker chips. Like you don't need them to be worth money. But yeah, that's mainly for the casino to like track the money being played through them, right? Yeah.
Explain. What is there to be explained?
Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, and not a chip off the old block, not a motorcycle cop, not a...
Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Or are they in dollars or rubles or...
Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for a capitalist to understand. 2 type of chip, 100-point chip and 1,000-point chip. It is not money, da.
Justice.
Sir,
Don't you find her comment interesting?
I truly do find that interesting. I find that extremely interesting because the amount of poker chips on the table is wrong. In more ways than one, sir.
I would have it added to her testimony myself.
Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony?
Yes. It deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony.
Very well. Witness, if you would be so kind.
Da, Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100, other kind worth 1,000.
I mean, if we were to believe... No, the big black chip has to be 100. If the red chips... If both players... The only way it adds up to 7,000 points is if the red chips are worth more. The red chips have to be worth 1,000 here. Yeah, the victim was losing. But you're right. Phoenix has significantly more chips. And they both went all in? I mean, since Phoenix has more chips, it would force No, but Phoenix wouldn't have to go all in. Because the victim has 2,800 points. Phoenix has no reason to go all in. Yeah, Phoenix only needed to bet 3,000 to force the victim to go all in. Right? So... Go back to the photo. I will. Well, like, because he'd have to go, like, if Phoenix bet 3,000, he'd have to go in or fold. Go all in or fold, right? So... Yeah, the victim has 2,900. Yeah. Well, but Phoenix does have him covered. No? Like, Phoenix just has to bet 3K. Well, 1200 I did. Yeah, I mean, like this is still possible if Phoenix was forced to go all in anyway. But like, realistically, Phoenix would not go all in because it doesn't make sense. Assuming he's trying to win. But
Objection!
you're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure.
It seems our new attorney is confused. A glance at this picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten.
Yeah, Phoenix.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course. Duh.
Oh. I thought so too, but the total doesn't add up.
The totals.
Let's review what the witness has told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. The combined total value of chips on the table is 7,000 points.
Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1. Carry the 5.
They are, Your Honor. Now. Look at this photo that allegedly shows all of the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points, and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up,
How much is it?
do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten. 10,600 points. Chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. Unless the small chips are worth 1,000 points.
But why? How could this be?
Exactly. Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why.
Right. Oh, the music in this game is so good. There's only one possible way to explain this. The contradiction. The contradiction is that both the starting chip counter both the starting points and chip count are correct. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer.
Well, what is it?
The value of the chips was the other way around.
Or what?
Want to know what I think? The small chips are worth 1,000 points, not the large ones.
Madness! Utter madness!
Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. That does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself.
Huh? But I did. Did I not figure it out by myself? Well, thanks, Kristoff. I'm gonna move myself to the other corner because I'm not blocking. I'm gonna be over here now. I've decided I'm over here now. Sorry. It's almost...
It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself.
I did! Well, I'm just glad that I was the one who said it.
But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing!
Indeed. The victims did still have the larger number of chips. Ah.
Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table.
Oh! Oh!
The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, had 4,100 points.
Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all.
That's impossible!
My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning.
Yeah!
Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you?
Order. Order. It appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened.
No, that's not right. Because if Phoenix went all in on the current hand being played, then he still lost.
No!
We must now ask ourselves if the witnesses...
Hold it. Hold it.
Excuse me. What is it, Miss Orley?
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
See what, Miss Orley? What do we see?
In the last hand, there was cheat.
Cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait. Or do you mean a scam?
They're all the same thing. Are they insinuating that the victim cheated now?
Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are.
Great. And just great. First we have lying, now we have cheating. What is this? A criminal case?
Well, this case has certainly taken a turn. For the interesting.
Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
The final hand. Okay, I gotta refill my water right now, so before we read this witness testimony, I'm going to do that. So the timer is paused, I'll remember to unpause it. It's maybe not as relevant anymore, but I'll still run the timer out. Yeah. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, hello. I am hydrated and have returned. So, water is being consumed. Now let's get on to Olga's newest testimony.
The last hand. Both men had full house.
My mouse is somewhere random.
There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. Next moment, game becomes argument. Da. Defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover-up here. Oh, because they're saying Phoenix is a cheater. That's why she didn't want to talk about it. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin, what's a full house?
Lawyers these days. You don't know your poker.
I cannot say this bodes well for your case or career.
What is this? Some kind of secret court poker ring?
Justice. You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes?
Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, 3 makes a 3 of a kind.
Good. Now, picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That is a full house.
Doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see each player's hand in this photo.
They both have a full house.
We forget there's an easy way to make a full house. And go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand? Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Final hand. I guess you can see that there's 3 kings there. Sorry, I don't actually see the problem here. How is the cheat clear?
Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace.
A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. Mr. Wright has 2.
Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or should I say, a hand.
No, if the victim has 3 aces, that's not his hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke.
Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please.
Okay, yeah, then... That's not what their hands are.
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken.
Mistaken? But my name...
Look at this piece of evidence, which clearly contradicts what you just said in your testimony.
That is the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice. Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point.
Yes. Please point out the contradiction in this photo.
Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But, as you can clearly see in this photograph, the victim's hand only had 2 aces.
Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
Objection!
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's the 5th ace? I see cheating, all right. And it's going on right here in the courtroom.
Two aces in each player's hand does make 4 total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait. Please. It is true. I have seen the 5th ace. There was cheating, I swears.
That's odd. She must be lying, but she's the most sincere that I've seen her all day.
You're right to trust your instincts.
Mr. Gavin, what did you miss? We proved that the chips were the totals that we thought, and then the witness is saying there was cheating that occurred, and she said that the victim had 3 aces in his full house and 2 kings, which we're currently in the process of going through, presenting that his hand was clearly 3 kings and 2 aces.
Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards.
The cards?
Reasonably, if she thought that Phoenix was cheating, she would defend Phoenix for... If she thought Phoenix was the one cheating here, she claimed that the 5th ace... She claimed the 5th ace in question was a card in Phoenix's hand. So, she didn't want to talk about it because the main draw of the club that she works at is the poker game against Phoenix. So if it comes out that they're cheating in public court record, then they're gonna lose business. But she did testify to that fact now. But she was still accusing Phoenix of cheating and not the victim.
Mr. Payne.
Yes.
The players' hands from that night, they were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court.
Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's?
If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Which of the hands is more suspicious? The victim's hand. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards.
Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well.
Well, time's a-wasting. Get to it, Justice.
Yes, sir. Huh? Only one of these cards has a blue back. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? The card backs are red. For some reason I thought they were using the blue-backed cards in the final hand. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. The deck on the table is the blue cards. Can I look at Phoenix's hand?
When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles.
But one of the kings is the blue. I think I found out that I found nothing out. I'll examine Mr. Wright's cards. Don't worry, justice is always swift. The card backs are red. I thought they were using the blue cards in the final hand. Didn't you, Mr. Gavin?
Huh. Oh. Which was it now?
Has the defense found anything they'd like to share with the court? Oh, I bypassed the trigger. I see. I bypassed the trigger to put... Okay. Since I didn't let Kristoff finish his dialogue, I have to examine the blue card again. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color.
That's impossible. I put that card in Wright's hand. Not.
What was that, Miss Orley?
No, yet. I merely said, I have.
Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? Do cheat.
It's called Be the Dealer. Obviously.
I will tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer.
Wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss Orley.
She is the cheater. A professional, I'd wager.
Yeah.
Order. Order.
Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Her mistake. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard.
That's impossible. I put that card in Wright's hand.
Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith.
Oh,
Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim.
What?
Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you?
Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder.
Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
It appears that she has lost her consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice.
Your Honor,
It seems that you have presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
and that means
This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it. I held out.
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Objection! Oh, that was Phoenix! Mr. Wright?
You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what that means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright?
Is he going to say that the cards that were being played are blue?
Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous.
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous.
Sorry. He certainly does.
Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things.
But interestingly, the card back with a different color means that the cheat described as it happened didn't really happen that way.
Let us clear up the facts about the game that fateful night.
As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck.
Why use different colored backs?
If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed.
Use different colors and they still got mixed up.
We used the red deck for the last game. We used the red deck for the last game.
I see, but that is odd. For some reason, I had the impression you were using the blue cards.
Me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating.
Yeah, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo.
Yeah?
Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped?
When?
There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
I'll give it a try.
Well, yeah. Thank you for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright.
Cool. I'll give it a try.
Of course it was swapped.
Oh. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it may not be.
Err.
I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped?
When was the card swapped into the deck? See, that's a hard question. Because clearly, the top card of the deck on the table is blue. Which makes this even weirder. It certainly makes it even weirder. The witness testimony also placed 3 aces in the victim's hand. So, if the witness was trying to conceal the fact that the victim was cheating, and concealed that fact poorly, then okay, so the deck is swapped between hands, which means all the cards on the floor should have red backs. So this could have... I'm going to say after the murder. That makes the most sense to me, personally. Perhaps it happened after the murder.
What is that? Ridiculous. What's the point in cheating after the hands have been dealt?
Oh, I turned on autoplay again on accident.
That's silly.
Objection! Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh, even when the backs of the cards are different color. If you pulled that during the game, you would be caught immediately. It also doesn't match the witness's testimony.
Ah, quite true. That would mean that this blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. Ask again. What is the point of cheating after the game is over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us.
There's another.
Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red and blue cards? Who swapped the red card for a blue card?
Who? I mean, that's what I'm wondering.
The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in that room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley.
Well, but Phoenix went to report the crime. Who was it that swapped the red card for a blue card?
It is time for inspection. Prepare
Pop-Tart,
yourself.
thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good day and are having a good day and a good stream. Yeah. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Welcome. We're playing Ace Attorney Apollo Justice, and this is the first case in the game, and I don't know what's gonna happen, but we're playing through the entirety of this case, and then I'm probably gonna switch over to some TFT to save my voice from voice acting. But yeah, Phoenix Wright is the defendant, and it doesn't really make sense, but he's there. there was a poker hand. There's cheating involved. Someone swapped a card in the defendant's hand after he was in the victim's hand after he was killed. The person that did that was probably the witness or someone else. Olga Orly is the witness. Yeah. Also, I hope you're ready because I'm doing voices. But yeah, thanks for the raid, Pop-Tart. So I think the witness had to. It must have been Olga Orly who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of cheating.
That does make some sense.
Sorry. But there's a problem with that explanation.
Phoenix, what are you doing to me?
The swapped card was from the wrong deck.
Yes, a blue card was stuck in the red hand.
Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors. Remember that you're talking about Olga Orly. She was the dealer.
It had to be someone else then.
Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake?
Oh no, it was someone else. Because it had to have been someone else because the deck on the table after that hand was blue. I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake.
Give it a little more thought, Apollo.
So, who was it that swapped the red card for blue? Someone else. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Right, of course. And well, it doesn't really seem like it could have been Olga Orly either. But what are you saying?
That hardly is a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orly at this point.
Yes, I know. I tried that, but Phoenix told me I'm wrong. She was the one who dealt the cards, right? I can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it would be quite obvious. Something you would like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking of how much fun this all is.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the cards was not the defendant, and it was not Mr. Orly. Miss Orly.
I can't read.
Who was it?
Yeah, well, that's the question, isn't it?
Precisely.
What?
I believe we're about to see the case take a new direction.
Arneer.
It's the wrong voice.
A new direction.
We'll find that, indeed, after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us. The first was swapping the wrong color card.
Thank you.
Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card.
Right. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king.
I'm sure that whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace, after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. They picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there is one problem. According to our case record, this person does not exist.
True, not until now. But you have to admit, the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night, at the scene of the crime.
What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
He certainly does.
This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in the room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that if you chose to conceal this information from the court,
That you chose. I suppose that is a problem. Yeah.
court adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I will see you in my chambers during the recess.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
Water. April 20th, 11:52 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3.
That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is that the truth? Well now, I'd like to think that you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice.
Yes, sir.
The judge has summoned me to his chambers. Carry on without me. You did well, Apollo.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
That locket you wear, is it really yours, Mr. Wright?
Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, and you can take a look at it. There's a picture of my daughter in there.
Phoenix has a daughter? I'm just surprised that you had a daughter. To hear that.
Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days.
One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you?
What do you think?
What?
You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think that I might cheat.
I never, honest, but... It is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 years.
Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker.
Eh? He's not wrong.
You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case.
Poker is like a trial, it's like trial law.
Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win.
Well, yeah. That's harder than it sounds.
I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information.
You're kidding.
A witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice?
Not particularly. Who'd notice that? It's your job to notice, Apollo. I don't have to pay attention because the information's good enough for me.
Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me. Now I pass the secret on to you.
But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals.
Nah, you can do it.
Huh?
You just don't know it yet.
What is he talking about?
But you will. Soon. Almost forgot. One more thing about the case. You should know that I haven't told the truth to anyone yet.
What? I knew it.
I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power.
My power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special.
It's time. The real trial begins now. Good luck. Do your best.
It's time! The first case in this game has 2 parts? What the heck? I feel like that's one of my catchphrases. It is what I've unconsciously started streams with. So I might as well just commit to the bit, right? Sure. Continue on to the next chapter. Yeah. April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 2.
Court will now reconvene.
So, you know what that interaction between Wright and Kristoff was? It was suggestive that Kristoff is the one that was actually at the scene of the crime. So, that's where my head's at right now. Right now, the other defense lawyer on the bench with me is actually potentially the criminal here. Or was at least there. He did tell us earlier that he had dinner with Phoenix on the night of the crime. So, that's where my head is at. And that's why I read those lines in a bit more of a threatening manner. Or tried to. What does Kristoff have to do with any of this? I got no clue. But he's here. He had dinner with Phoenix on the night of the crime. I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. I'm just telling you where my head is at. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm happy. But if I'm right, I'm also happy. So...
Has all witness Miss Olga Orley recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, at least, she has regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of events again.
That's the thing, you see. She is quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take this stand.
Very well. The witness will take the stand.
Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you would rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser.
Net, not.
What? Okay. The reveal. Dang, she's one heck of an actress.
Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer.
People call me Olga. Quick Fingers Orley.
Oh, really?
Wanna know something else? I'm not really Russian. And my last name sounds like oh really. There, that one's the truth. Hope you're satisfied. That's so awesome. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you. You are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Fine. Okay, I gotta refill my water. So I'll be back in a minute. I'm sorry. One second. Alright. Now we're playing Ace Attorney. I'm returned. Sorry, I left the timer running that time. Too excited. Like I said, 1 second. Center. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. That's a reading. So, you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith was a well-known poker player in some circles. Winning wasn't the main purpose of the game. It was about destroying a legend. The unbeatable Phoenix Wright. Plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand. Then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search right. He'd pull out the card I planted there, and the trap would be snapped shut. You swap the cards. Suppose as a cheater, losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all of his prior wins.
7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan.
Oh, really? Orly? How droll. But it appears you've made quite the mistake.
A mistake?
I agree. The trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to the planted card?
That's right. He's lucky. I'll give him that. He'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly.
Oh, really?
They're playing this bit up really hard.
The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick.
Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad.
When you are through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court.
I better not mess with Olga Quickfingers Orly.
Tell us about how this trap and how it was sprung.
It's true. I'm not bad. I can't beat that. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. Mr. Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Wasn't me who hit Smith. It was the no-good, cheating defendant.
A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
Trap was perfect, I tell ya. Perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking.
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? With defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? The best laid traps.
Hold it!
This planted card. Which card was it, exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts.
Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with an ace to make a full house. That's what you are going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend.
I slid it into Mr. Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course, while he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht and suckers.
Remind me never to go there.
Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Hello. Hope you're having a good day.
Hold it!
So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
There are worse things to be known as, I suppose.
Tell us what happened in the search.
Hold it!
The card disappeared. Yeah, my trump card. The 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof. Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long, storied career. Never has Quick Fingers Orley been so readily duped.
Oh, really? So, what did happen to the 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? The 5 of hearts is still missing in actions. Missing in action. Scanning. Well, whatever.
Hold it!
Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat. Which means that he also had no reason to strike the victim. No, the table that they were playing at is a hidden room like 2 floors down in a basement. Well, what was that just now? I sensed something.
Is something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? There you go. Phoenix pointed out her tell, and she did it again. Miss Orley, you're hiding something. What? What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick fingers!
The defendant will refrain from baseless accusations.
I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it. Honest. Saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes I saw it. What's this weird vibe that I'm getting?
That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She touches the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice?
Touching her neck, was it? What's happening? What's going on? That's what I want to know. The sensation. It's coming into focus. There. That twitch. It's so clear. It's like I could perceive her have it. Like I couldn't before.
Gotcha!
Miss Orley, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what?
What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort.
When she says that part of her testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and touches her neck, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
A memory. Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual. But let us ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us.
crowd is scratching her neck when she talks about the moment of the crime. What would remind her of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. The murder weapon. Or the locket. Does she have the locket? Yeah, okay. I think maybe I present the picture that she took of Mr. Smith and the defendant.
Take that!
Sorry to disappoint. I don't have any particular memories of that.
Of course not. You want to have it, Mr. Justice? I'll show you a habit.
What would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Okay, maybe it's just the bottle. The deadly bottle. Or the Chips photo. I'll try the bottle and then the Chips photo. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. What reminds us more of that moment than this bottle? The murder weapon, supposedly. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
Or what is he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. Not you.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witnesses' habits, they're completely irrelevant.
Justice. I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination.
I'll explain it later, just trust me. This is our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
Yet. I am knowing nothing.
We know that you're not Russian.
The witness will testify now, please.
Fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. It must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came.
Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all of the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. What do you think about her testimony?
I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What is that?
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. The evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony.
She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. But the evidence that contradicts this is Mr. Wright's cell phone. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. Eh? We know the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Ah. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant. It's going again. It's going good. We're gonna solve crime. When he left the room entirely. Eek. The man he picked up and swung the bottle. That night, it wasn't the defendant. Gonna solve crimes for like 30 hours? No, because my voice can't take that. So, after we finish this first case, I'm gonna switch over to some TFT for a while. And I think I'm probably gonna try to maintain a more reasonable sleep schedule, perhaps. So, after some TFT, I'll probably like actually go get some sleep so I don't sleep as long. Perhaps the defendant did not hit the victim. Showdown time. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets, now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to Wright. And he hit me.
You, some master cheating you are. I'll show you.
When I came to,
The victim was already dead. Is that it?
that's why. I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. But, that's why she's rubbing her neck, because she got hit in the head with a bottle.
Well, where does this leave us?
Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with the bottle, and I'm imagining all of this.
It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end. And frankly, I cannot blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Mr. Gavin, sir?
I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big, fat liar.
What?
3 were there, in the room that night. The defendant, the victim, and her. And she had a motive.
A motive? Olga and Apollo share the same BA? Huh? And for Apollo, I'm just using my normal voice so that I don't completely die. But, yeah. But in terms of the actual character, I don't know if Olga has voiced lines. Apollo has a couple voiced lines, like hold it in objection. I don't know about Olga. Wait, what's happening?
And she has a motive.
A motive?
Her plot was foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denounced...
What? Huh? What the heck is that word? The what?
Denouement.
Oh, it's French. It's the final part of a play, movie, or narrative in which strands of the plot are drawn together and matters are explained or resolved. Similar to... Its origin is a French word. Well, I guess... that's... Okay.
And the denouement of this argument was murder.
What? I didn't. I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me.
What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Wright.
Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph, Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder.
Right. Like Mr. Wright was saying before the recess.
A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know two colors of cards were being used. A fourth person.
This theory again. Your fourth person doesn't exist.
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no chance for escape. And no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch a real criminal.
The real criminal.
And we're in luck. A clue to reveal the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us.
Phoenix is having fun.
Right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about?
Sorry.
Remember when I said the fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error?
He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards.
Right. How could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet there's one person here in our court who thought the cards were blue.
I had that impression as well. But why?
Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me. I swear.
Who is the fourth person?
Why do I always get put on the spot like this?
Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue?
Nobody said it was you. Well, ha.
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair.
I was right. It was Kristoff.
Kristoff Gavin, you were the fourth person that night.
But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards.
How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue. The ones on the floor or the table.
But look. You can see the colors in this photo.
Yeah, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light.
You know, I didn't actually catch that. I just assumed it had to be Kristoff because he said he had dinner with Phoenix on the night of the murder, and he was clearly suspicious. Yeah. So I didn't catch him saying the cards were blue earlier. Yeah, I don't remember that.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim.
But also, also I will back it up with, like, every other person besides Winston Payne here. Like, Phoenix knows the cards. The victim knows the cards. The dealer obviously knows the cards. This guy's a 61-year-old prosecutor who was nowhere near the scene of the crime. So he wouldn't know the cards, but that's to be expected. But then I guess Kristoff knew the cards earlier. So...
Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition.
Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome.
Oh, it was when he said that line. I caught it. Like it did stand out to me when I heard it, but I didn't remember, I guess. I didn't hold that one in my memory. Their backs wreathed in a blue flame. It was that one.
Well, Kristoff. Well, Kristoff.
Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me. It was just so... sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Kristoff. You know, even I'd never take a joke this far.
This has gone beyond ridiculous. Beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder.
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have had to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth, Mr. Wright? Was staying silent about it. There's only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court.
The defense would like to request no such thing.
Mr. Gavin,
Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related?
I am not sure that I follow, Mr. Gavin.
it doesn't count as testimony. Well, in theory, everything being said is being added to the court record. Unless it's stricken, but that doesn't really happen in this game, probably. But the difference between official testimony is when you're actually under oath, would be my understanding of it. So, like, what you say in actual official testimony, like, if you lie then under oath, then it's punishable by law. But hypotheticals being spouted as part of an argument are not something under oath. So, don't see a stenographer, but there must be one. Presumably.
As I have explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley
Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
That's where Phoenix got him.
Mr. Justice, the matter of Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Of course we need to hear it. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He planned this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court.
Mr. Miss Justice, you would betray me, your teacher.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will please take the stand.
Appetite before murder.
That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in the photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead. Blood streaming from the cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the murder.
Dine with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder.
Quite against my will. I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you? Right. Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. Only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appeared that I was wrong.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice.
Sir?
He's lying. You're going to expose him.
Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? With Phoenix Wright? No way! Sorry.
It is time for inspection. Prepare yourself.
White Substance, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream and are having a good day. No trial in Ace Attorney is normal. It can never just be a normal trial in Ace Attorney. That's what makes it so fun. But yeah, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. We're playing Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. And this is the first case of the game. We're maybe starting to close in towards the end. Phoenix Wright is the defendant. You just cleaving some heads. Nice. Yeah, Phoenix Wright's the defendant somehow. The other defense lawyer that's on the bench with us, Apollo Justice, has now been accused of having involvement with the crime. And by Phoenix's testimony, the waitress was actually a professional poker dealer and helped the victim cheat. There's lots of stuff going on. But this is where we are now. So hope you enjoy. And you might not be ready, but we're doing voice acting. Attempting it.
Hold it!
You had dinner with Mr. Gavin.
Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying our usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual.
Usual.
I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So, the plates and such on the table were from your dinner.
Indeed. They're remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, and Kristoff left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes later.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time.
That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Kristoff, Gavin, and Shady Smith may have met.
I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting. Now we hear they just passed in the hall.
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, I mean, it would be. If that were all that really happened.
Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time?
Hold it!
About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned, correct? The plan was simple, elegant. Really? You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He'd then pull out the planted card and the trap would be snapped shut. You swap the cards. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Oh yeah, for more context, Phoenix Wright has been an undefeated poker champion for the past 7 years. And he also has a daughter. This is important information.
Yeah, a harmless prank, in essence. It was, by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk.
Oh, I'm so invested. Me too.
Happened to put my hand in my pocket, and I found a card.
The card she planted.
Yeah. Snuck a peek at it and found out it was the 5 of hearts. Had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There's an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. Threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice.
The murder weapon.
Yeah, I rolled it up and shoved it in. Colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon. That is rather strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? I should take a look.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3, approves of this battle of wits.
Aren't we in courtroom number 2? When was he in courtroom number 3? Whatever. He was the poker head. I mean, I didn't think this bottle was the murder weapon from the start because there would be blood on it. So, and the bottle in question in the photograph doesn't have a cap while this one does. So like, this bottle's been inconsistent the whole time.
Please revise your testimony with this new information.
Well, let's start with that then.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may.
Yeah?
I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here.
No?
What? Mr. Wright, surely ellipsis isn't all you have to say for yourself.
Can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however.
Huh?
Perhaps a fifth person could have came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle and there was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card really just disappear?
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I am afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh,
Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It is just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO.
why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct?
Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout.
Was anyone else on the first floor at the time?
Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. Didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead.
When you returned, the victim was already dead.
Dead, yeah. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in.
Little.
He's bleeding from his forehead, after all.
Guess I'd be startled too if I walked on a scene like that. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin?
It's obvious that I'd gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Defense fees. I'm glad to hear that you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high.
Is this the truth? Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Gotta... Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. I think that's the wrong thing to present.
It does. I do not see anything contradictory.
You sure about that?
Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Justice.
Okay. Well, because the bottle doesn't have any blood on it. Well, based on the... Yeah, I think that maybe that's it. Because this was how the scene was found, so... Because the hat was removed during during the investigation. They played the game with their hats on. So maybe this is where it wants me to go. But also the blood is obviously... Like his head was leaned back very shortly after the wound was inflicted in order for the blood to not... like, just go down his face. We don't have the hat, but...
Objection!
This is what it wants, not the fact that there's no blood on the bottle. Mr. Wright, if I may.
Yeah?
Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead.
Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put the hat on his head.
What? Why?
You
Put the hat on the dead man's head.
You wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like this photograph.
And
Picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head.
Why would you do something like that?
I mean, you are a former defense attorney, Mr. Wright.
All I can say is, I'm sorry. It's the only thing that I touched at the crime scene.
So Miss Orley didn't see it. it being the victim's head wound.
I'd think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again.
Mr. Gavin?
Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through the case.
Please?
Hey, he's still our client, isn't he?
I believe that this is enough of this. That's enough of that.
I have a request.
Okay. I'll drink more water. Bum, bum.
I have a request.
Well, like, it's definitely... It's 100% the wrong bottle. Like, it's so very much the wrong bottle. Mr. Gavin?
This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago.
Alright, well, thanks again for the raid substance. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone.
Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never.
Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. When I noticed the trap, I put the card into the bottle to dispose of it. When I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well.
A reason?
That reason's right here.
Your cell phone.
That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation.
What is this?
Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court.
Why is he making things so hard? Because it's Phoenix Wright. It's him. It's Phoenix Wright. No, that's just kind of how Ace Attorney is. Don't worry about it. It's fun.
Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble.
What's this?
Game not going well? Something like that.
Yeah, well, Phoenix Wright is... So, Phoenix Wright's the main character that you play as for the first 3 games. This is technically the... Well, this is either the 4th or the 6th game. This is the 6th game chronologically, and this is Ace Attorney Apollo Justice, so we're playing as Apollo Justice. Cause I guess Phoenix said it here. Like the last game of the original Ace Attorney trilogy takes place 7 years before this one. And, because of the last case that happened, I don't remember the exact details, but Phoenix lost his attorney badge, his right to be an attorney. So, I guess. And then he became an undefeated poker champion for 7 years. Makes sense to me. Well, like, I don't remember the exact details because it's been a while since I watched a playthrough of the original trilogy of games. So, yeah. At some point I can probably play through them on the channel, but I just imagine that because all of the cases are so memorable, I won't be necessarily doing that much solving. So, like, I don't know, it just won't be quite as fun to me if I already know, like, the majority of the answers. So that's why I might not end up playing the original trilogy unless it's, like, kind of a lot farther in the future. But, yeah.
That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good. He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The club should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that.
Bone china plate?
Kinda porcelain. Very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate.
Yeah, that's a very weird phrase for him to say.
I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Something is not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club.
Most certainly.
Then, how did he know? Yeah, how did he know that a gentleman challenged Phoenix to a game? When did he see this bone china pate?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the scene of the crime. When I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what went wrong. Or what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright?
Order. I will have order, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe the court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
It is Mr. Winston Payne. He does not have a very good track record in 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 Ace Attorney games.
Well, as the prosecutor, I...
Very well. We shall break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take to the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor. Crystal clear.
Very well. And this will be the final recess for the day.
April 20th, 2:32 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Okay, well, I gotta I want to use this opportunity okay, I'm gonna click like one more time to see if we can get some music playing. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought that today would turn out like this? May I? What? Okay, yeah. Um, time to leave the stream in awkward silence for a few minutes while I go get more water. And use the restroom, probably. Why does she look familiar? I mean, I think there's a chance that this is Phoenix Wright's daughter. Based on the image earlier in the locket that he showed us. But, we'll get to that because I'll have to decide on a voice for her. But yeah, I need a short break. So, I'll be back in a few minutes. Sorry there's no BGM playing. Hello. I'm back, sorry. I got a slightly more substantial snack. And I'm very well hydrated. Very well hydrated. um, let me see. Well, there's a lot that I missed. So sorry, I was expecting this initial case to be I was expecting this initial tutorial case to take like I don't know, like 3 to 4 hours at most. But it's 2 parts. So yeah, so I think maybe we'll have to play some TFT tomorrow. But I've been told that with the last patch, they actually buffed T-Hex enough that it's broken again. So that's why I was kind of excited to play it. But this counts as marathon. Um, I mean, well, uh, yeah, I can try to do that, and yeah, I'll try to do that. But I don't know. I thought a good thing to. Well, I mean, I can. I don't know. I need a lot of sleep. um, but yeah, I certainly. I mean, I'm excited to play TFT. But yeah, I thought in terms of the subathon, starting Ace Attorney is very good. Like actually committing to starting, like actually yeah, committing and starting the bet. So I don't know. I just have the timer here. Like I don't know. The subathon timer might not really be that relevant anymore, to be honest. But I still have it here. So I don't know. But yeah, I kind of decided the best thing that I could do was actually buy this game and start playing it on stream. So, um, yeah. And if I, but yeah, so I don't know. I thought I would still keep this. Like, I started playing Ace Attorney because of the subathon, basically. So that is why the timer's here. Um, it might not really be that relevant anymore. I probably could have not had it here, but I made sure to take a screenshot of the remaining time because Live Split wouldn't let me save the time properly, and then it kept going to like 14 hours instead. But yeah. Let's talk to Dark Magician Girl here. Yeah. Sorry, I'll stop stalling. I'm hydrated. Before that. Mhm. Have I ever been in court? No. I've not been to a court, like in a courtroom for an actual court proceeding. But if I would have to, what would I wear? Um, I mean, personally, I would probably wear, uh, something that leans slightly more formal, but I don't know. Sorry, I know the complete lack of music is probably annoying a little bit. Um, what? What? I think I missed that. Um, yeah. I'll keep the timer running. Huh? What? He told you that it's normal to see magician girls in court. Says cheese has less holes than your theories. Wait, isn't that a bad thing? Okay, we need to give her a voice. Let me see. Which direction do I want to go? You said you're sure it must be because this game is 100% based on real life court? Yeah. Yeah, I think I might raise my pitch a little bit. But that end is a little more tricky for me. What, that the game is based on real... You just remember to never cross Olga Quick Fingers Orly. Oh, you gotta remember that. True. This is how courts work. I mean... roughly. An ace attorney definitely breaks some... Well, no, not to that extent, probably, but just because you wouldn't really be raising, like, lawyers don't necessarily raise their voice that much. But yeah, like, it's, or at least, like, from what I've seen, because court proceedings are pretty orderly, so, like, some of the procedure is definitely accurate relatively, but also this is Phoenix, right? This is Ace Attorney. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Please pick a card.
Oh, what's all this about? Is this one okay?
Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
A trump card?
The card that you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all.
An ace? Where do I remember that card from? Also, there's blood on it. It's the 5th ace. Yeah, that's a strange red stain. Wow. In a murder case? No way.
Mr. Smith's hand was 3 aces, and Mr. White 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace. There is cheating, I swear to you.
Somebody got ketchup from their fries. But they're at a restaurant that only serves borscht. Not that I know if borscht is red, but I think it was red. Olga was closer to the start of the trial. Yeah. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this splotch of red. Is this blood?
You now have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it.
This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. She is the daughter. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what all this has meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. Bloody ace added to the court record. She is truly a magician. Let's go. April 20th, 2:45 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 2.
Court will now reconvene.
Must examine evidence. Nothing else takes precedent. It is a red card. It is the Ace of Spades. A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. must examine evidence. New data processed. There you go. Are you happy? Glad.
Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand?
No, there's an insect. No. Go away. Okay. It maybe flew away. I hope.
Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will Mr. the witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor?
Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom.
Do you remember that time when Phoenix Wright told the parrot to take the stand? I certainly do.
Fine. I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the victim's secret beneath his hat?
My secret, I'm guessing, he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald.
Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Let's go! Okay, sorry.
I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin.
Why is Phoenix there? He can't help himself. He doesn't have a license. Mr. Right. Phoenix went to the defense bench. Okay, sorry. Okay. He's still wearing the papa hat. He does have a cute hat. It's true. Okay, sorry. That just,
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Right? Now. Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a moment. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off except for that one time.
that one time being the instant that he was hit.
Oh.
When Mr. Wright... Sorry. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, he would have had to have been there, in the hideout, at the time of the crime.
In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo.
Mr. Gavin.
I'm afraid I have not been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony.
Why can everybody just lie in court? Isn't that normal? I mean, perjury is a crime, but like...
Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
The rage that I sensed in that man troubled me that night. So, I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when the call came from Wright.
So, you witnessed the murder.
Well, no, he very specifically witnessed after the murder. Well, but then basically he's insinuating that he left the restaurant before Wright went up to the first floor.
For better or for worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through the little window.
Mr. Wright?
You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity.
Opportunity. I can't say the word.
Opportunity. Right, Apollo?
Oh. Because that's the only way that he could say that he saw the crime without being in the room.
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. Can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Welcome to a trial starring Phoenix Wright.
Hold it!
That man, you mean Mr. Smith?
He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say.
But this is still Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. if we're being picky.
I knew that he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job.
Of course. But I also knew that he wasn't engaged in gambling. That would be illegal.
Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all.
Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared that This Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score.
I see. What happened then?
I went down to the basement and peeked through the window to the hideout.
Hold it!
The little window. You mean the one you used to keep watch up the stairs?
Yes, a relic of the ancient past, I believe. The Black Marketeers used it.
Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to open the door and go into the room?
I did not want to upset Wright, you see.
Upset Mr. Wright.
Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least.
So far, everything he's saying makes sense. I mean, if he's leaning over, he could see... Like, there's not actual glass there, probably. But there is a curtain. There is a curtain on the window. Which is open here, but whatever. How did you know it was right after the murder?
Really? No need to shout. Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West. We know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid that you'd change, too. Right. But you have not. You and that overbearing personality of yours.
With friends like these, who needs enemies? By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene?
Precisely. You see, he was not wearing his hat then. I saw his head and he was dead.
Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
Those were the only three at the scene of the crime.
Yes, as far as I could see at least.
Then we're back to where we started.
Well, he could not see the whole room, to be fair.
The killer was the defendant Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I could not abandon my friend.
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime.
Justice. I said that I saw no one. Not a soul.
That goes against what Mr. Wright has said.
Ah, yes. This mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see that we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason as to why such a thing would be necessary.
How can I show something that I already have?
Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace.
The 5th ace, yeah.
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason?
Of course I can. The card had blood on it. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped up.
Then go ahead and point out your reason, Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace?
'Cause it's right here. My reason is, this.
Is that an ace?
Why? Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. What?
This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card?
That's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl.
Oh, that card. It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bull Club that night, after the murder had occurred. Give it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all.
Phoenix, what are you doing?
No. Impossible. Unacceptable.
The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure?
What?
I think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason?
The reason
For the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at this photo, and the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell on the floor, and that trickle of blood ran down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen onto one of the cards? Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen onto one of the cards?
Yeah, I suppose it could've.
The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh. Right. Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh. We can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now I've told you. The one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
Oh.
Hold on. Just let me screenshot this one. Is this one? Okay. Okay. I can. Okay. Sorry, that one got me. That's not what I wasn't ready. Okay. I really wasn't ready for that. Okay. This arm will be getting tired if I keep laughing. I know, but I mean, look at him like... Excuse me. Okay. 1 second. Okay. Okay, I need to breathe. Okay. I might be good. Alright. Okay. I think I can read. You can imagine the rest of the case. Okay. Here, I'll just put this in this channel too. Okay. Phoenix killed me. He's the criminal. Hold it.
Oh, I assure you, it's quite big.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. One take. We only need one take. And then I could live. Okay. Oh. Oh.
Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. To the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo,
Yes? Are you suggesting that the blood on the card is blood from the killer and not the victim?
try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head.
What? It's going 3D!
The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. At the poker table. Before the killer swapped out a card, there is a single card with a drop of blood on it, in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene.
Well, what is it?
Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses, whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card?
Someone's position who doesn't fit with the bloody card. Well, reasonably, it would be the second witness. Because if it's on the floor only, well, yeah, like if the card is on the floor and it has blood on it, like, you're not gonna see it from here. Which means you would have no reason to switch it out. So the point is we're using this card to disprove the fact that Gavin was outside of the room. Because it would not have gone missing from the or whatever.
Take that!
The second witness's position is the problem.
The second witness. That would be Mr. Gavin, yes.
Yeah, there is always the blood. But yeah, I think the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles was probably like some of my favorite content that I've done so far for streaming. So playing more Ace Attorney is super hype for me. So it was the perfect thing to start. But yeah, I will say though, on the VOD channel, there might be a couple, I don't know. It might just be annoying to figure out the order of a couple of the things. From Greatest Attorney. But yeah. This VOD will be on Twitch for a bit.
The second witness's position is far less problematic than yours right now, Justice. Or perhaps perilous is a better word.
I cannot see what the blood-stained card has to do with the second witness's location.
Oh. The killer. Wait, it's the killer. Because, or the victim. The tooltip for point to the relevant spot disappears. Oh no, I guess when the hand is too close. Because okay, so the bloody card. Okay, so it's either like the card was on the table. So the positioning of the victim doesn't make sense. Or the killer, because either way, whatever, we're gonna take a penalty. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem?
I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice.
Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in the chair. You'd think that any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Okay, so that's what it was going for. My brain went on a tangent. Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor and not on the cards.
Why? That's right. So, what does this mean?
It means that the victim's body was moved. Yeah, it means the victim's body had to have been moved.
Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs.
Oh, you're saying he was facing the opposite direction, Phoenix. Swivel chairs. Oh man.
Apollo, try turning around.
Try turning him around.
The chair was facing the other way.
It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing?
When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in the photo.
That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Yeah, I mean, I did notice that as well, but...
Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on the diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, or second?
The killer's positioning doesn't make sense. The victim was struck from the front, correct?
Indeed.
Wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is.
I would think it'd be quite hard, yeah?
Yes. But what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in the diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram.
But there's no room to put a mark. Where should the killer be?
Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer be standing to strike our victim from the front?
They were standing in the cupboard, Your Honor. The killer had to be standing here.
You get points for flair. But that's about it.
Thought I was onto something there too.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim was facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed into the cupboard and hit him from above?
Or climbed
the cupboard and hit him from above. Huh. Huh.
It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime...
Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there.
What's this now?
I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout. Immediately.
Bailiff. Bailiff, Send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard.
Ah, Your Honor.
What?
There's one more thing that your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff.
Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright.
I do my best. Let's forge ahead here, while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thanks.
Which means the window was blocked.
As you can see, the cupboard is the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this?
What is it now?
Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. Appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe is the final contradiction, in fact.
He moved the cupboard to block the window so there'd be no witnesses. Well, no, he moved the cupboard. He moved the cupboard after the crime to create an alibi with the ability to stand outside of the room where you couldn't have killed him. Oh, dang.
Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, or a second witness?
We got there in the end. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved?
Sure. I mean, sure. Why not?
Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs.
Ah.
That's right. Someone standing outside would not be able to see him. Someone like Mr. Gavin.
What? What did you say? Oh. Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, Mr. Wright. It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly. Where did you witness the crime scene from?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Order. This is a court of law, and I will have order.
We just received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh. And what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it.
What? What?
Oh yeah. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the many tricks to the room that our regulars know about.
I do remember him saying something about that. Now that he mentions it.
Secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law.
So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go?
The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops. And enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo?
I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl was not kidding when she said that I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off of his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something.
Dare I ask what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we can probably figure it out by ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came and he took it.
Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help.
Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. His time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with an unconscious dealer. Our killer then stepped out from behind the secret passage into the hideout.
The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside.
He wheeled his chair around to look, and blammo!
After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime.
Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red.
Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I am truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Payne.
York. Yes, Your Honor.
The prosecution will now continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
Wow.
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest. Immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day that you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me.
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. Not just anyone else. Me. His own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence.
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing?
Well, this is the point where a DNA test would have been ordered on the blood on the card to match it to the victim. That is the only way that it would be submissible as legitimate evidence. But Phoenix still definitely is getting charged with tampering with a crime scene. So,
is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing?
Of course. This bottle, for instance.
the bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking.
How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? Not just any fingerprints, am I right? Mr. Payne.
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down.
I do seem to recall this being an issue earlier.
The court, and in this case, demand an explanation.
I can only think of one reason as to why one would hold a bottle upside down.
And that is to hit someone with the bottom of it.
Well, Your Honor. See how the caught fish squirms to the last? Well, Apollo.
Yeah?
Your boss seems awfully concerned about the bottle still. I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that.
Yeah, just like why? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to...
Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation's the only legit one.
Is there really another?
Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight.
How about you just say the answer in plain words?
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice.
Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demanded an explanation. I won't leave until justice is done.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court.
It's cause he's helping teach Apollo how to do good. Yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah, like you grab a bottle upside down when you have to reach down to pick it up. Clearly. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me. On the floor?
Yeah. Now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by the neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor, to the side of his piano bench. He would naturally have picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow. I cannot believe it was that simple.
Recall our dinner that evening, Kristoff? I was drinking my usual juice then, too.
Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottle. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon.
Order. Order, order. What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin?
Fascinating. So, this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection.
What?
You claim that I switched the bottle? Where's your proof?
I've had the proof the entire time. Don't worry, Kristoff. Proof? Well, that's,
As I thought. More baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation?
Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What are you going to dust that for fingerprints to? I would be surprised if any were on that but his.
Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. But there is a card in one of the bottles. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything.
Say Apollo.
Yeah?
Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle?
But why?
Humory.
Mr. Wright,
That bottle will solve this case once and for all.
what? That's some bottle. The card. There's something inside the bottle. But what's this?
That card. It cannot be. Recall the unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment.
Miss Olga Orley.
Yeah. Our little swindling Davochka.
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. The planted card was gone. Trap failed. Wait. This isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in the piece of testimony.
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yeah, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the Five of Hearts. Had a feeling something like might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. There's an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. Threw the card inside the bottle. And the Five of Hearts. And this is the card. The bottles were swapped. The only one who could have done that was the fourth person in the club that night. You. Mr. Christoph Gavin.
Ow.
And that is all.
Call Phoenix's daughter ASAP. I shouldn't have hit my desk. Don't mind me.
Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge?
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge.
7 years ago.
7 years ago. My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction.
No, the pun! He means means Apollo Justice.
Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we currently know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, but that's all we know about him.
Well, and that he was a poker player.
I'll arrange for a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright,
Yeah?
7 years and you still haven't lost your touch.
Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me. Both as a friend and a lawyer.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. A courtroom. Second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Me?
This is a dark time for our legal system. Twisting justice brought about on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right.
Mr. Wright.
Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Court is adjourned.
April 20th, 4:28 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3.
Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would.
Pretty sure I didn't actually do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer.
Couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability.
Ability?
Yeah. A sensitivity that I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough.
Wait, I wonder if he means... I have a question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. What was that, Mr. Wright?
You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself.
The answer. Right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin.
What possible reason could he have to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come.
Well, wait. You don't know, do you?
This locket is the key.
Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture's in your locket. Your daughter, right?
That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about the locket. I took it off of his neck the night he died.
Phoenix! I mean, it makes sense that you did, but Phoenix! Why did he have a locket with your daughter's photo in it? Unless you just put that in there to hide the fact that you took it.
Looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. Truth is, this locket really did belong to him.
Wait, but that's perjury. You testified and said it was yours.
I said no such thing, actually.
Huh? It's... He just said that the picture in it is of his daughter.
I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless.
That's my defense attorney.
And it's the truth.
Wait, but then... why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it?
Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career.
Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I do work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs.
Apollo,
Yeah?
how about coming to work for me?
What? You mean... at Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it.
Can't imagine that to be true, but...
Wait, didn't you... you're not a... Oh.
Oh, I turned in my badge, yeah? I'm not an attorney anymore.
That incident 7 years ago. The legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion. He left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts?
I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence.
Forged evidence? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the card?
I'm talking about evidence that should not have existed. A naughty magician's trick.
One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. I mean, that is what they want us to think. I don't think the recording on Wright's phone is... I mean, it's gotta be it. You mean this, don't you? No, Olga's photo makes sense. I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright.
Yeah. That card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? The killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place. Luckily for us. The court cannot accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim that it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago.
Then, you really...
Yeah, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real.
But... You can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney.
Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo?
So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago.
None of that matters much now, does it?
I punched him.
It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. And drop in if you like.
Mr. Wright.
Oh, and about your uppercut. Try yelling "take that" next time. Find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time.
What the heck, Phoenix? And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. That's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. Find it out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, And this is how my story begins. Well, we made it to the end of the trial. Yeah, I'm it's only 6 hours. Only 6 hours. Um, yeah. We made it there. My read was correct. But yeah. I think I'm gonna be wrapping stream up here, and yeah, possibly no more for tonight. Like, I do want to. I think I'll play TFT tomorrow, but maybe I can get started in the afternoon. But I will need to do. I don't know. I'll probably do dailies in 14 before playing TFT, so I might not necessarily start like that much earlier tomorrow, but I can try. But yeah, very good case. Yeah, I could stream that too. I might as well stream it then, and then go to TFT after. That's fair. I don't know, I'll decide because it's like, I don't know, all I'm gonna do is like 3 dungeons, it'll take like an hour. So. This is very entertaining to watch. I'm glad because we got a lot more where that came from. So, the Apollo Justice trilogy, like at least this first game, I will I'll make sure to stream this regularly. It does kind of take like a lot of energy though, so it might only get streamed like once a week, maybe twice depending on how I'm feeling. But I just thought I should definitely start it tonight. So I bought the game and we started it. So, but yeah. Thanks a whole bunch, everybody, for sticking around and watching. I hope you all have a very good rest of your day and or evening. And thanks again, Pop Tart and Substance, for the raids. And I hope everyone, yeah, I'll see you again soon. Bye bye for now.